Want to welcome you live to the ballpark at Jackson. Ready to go for our fourth game of the day, the second game of Pool B between a pair of 1-0 teams here in pool play. It is the 2 seed overall in this tournament, the Crusaders of William Carey, who enter this ball game at 31-14 against Middle Georgia, the 6 seed who knocked off the 3-seeded Point yesterday. Middle Georgia 25-23. We'll talk more about the implications over the course of this ball game, but for now, let's hit you with the lineups, and we'll talk about the pitching matchups, and we'll go from there. For William Carey, they will be the away team tonight. Leading off is the third baseman, R.J. Stinson. The shortstop, Brentley Thomas, is second. The first baseman, Jake Lysette, is third. Ratliff, the DH, is fourth. Bailey Hendon, the left fielder, fifth. Coffey, the catcher, is sixth. Billy Garrity, the right fielder, seventh. Laird, the second baseman, is eighth. And Gerard Williams, the center fielder, is ninth. For Middle Georgia, defensively, Voss is on the mound. His battery mate, Diaz. First to third in the infield is going to be Wilson Perez. Rice and Salter. Left to right in the outfield, Falk, Pierce, and Duarte. Cardamoles, an intriguing pitching matchup here. Dario Herrera and Herrera and Voss faced off with one another in the regular season. Daniel Voss getting the better of the matchup because his team won the game. He went 7, gave up 8 hits, 1 walk, 4 earned, struck out 6. Herrera went 6, gave up 6 hits, 4 walks, struck out 4, 5 earned runs, and that was back on February the 24th. A long journey since then in 2 very different teams than what we had back in February. Voss ahead 0-2 here on R.J. Stinson.
Yeah, Daniel Voss entering with the 5.14 ERA, 75 and a third innings of work, a 281 batting average against. He struck out 49, walked 22. Not huge strikeout numbers, but he has been able to find his way out of situations, and he has been the guy with the most innings. And when Middle Georgia's needed a game, they've turned to Voss to get the start. This is his 14th start on the season. He's gone the distance once.
Big cut, can't get it. R.J. Stinson retired. First batter of the game. These 2 teams met in the regular season series back in late February, and Middle Georgia took that series. A lot of runs scored in that series. 17-9, William Carey took the opener. 25-13, Middle Georgia took game 2, and then 6-5, Middle Georgia took game 3. That was the Herrera-Voss matchup. So both of these teams in at 1-0 here today. The winner, a stranglehold on Pool B. If William Carey wins, they clinch Pool B. If Middle Georgia wins, they'll need to win tomorrow in order to clinch Pool B or have the tiebreakers break their way in a 3-way tie scenario.
Yeah, it gets really interesting because of the matchups that have already happened and the wins. We saw Pool A play out a little bit differently because the game between the 2 winners from Wednesday's game went ahead, and they played first in that one.
Yeah, Faulkner was mathematically eliminated before they took the field for game 2 because of the way the results went. And then Faulkner beat Mobile and eliminated Mobile, and Blue Mountain has clinched Pool A. Pool B, yesterday, William Carey beat Thomas 9-5. And Middle Georgia beat Point 15-4. Thomas just beat Point, keeping Thomas alive and eliminating Point from contention. So now Middle Georgia playing William Carey. And Thomas needs Middle Georgia to beat William Carey to keep a 3-way tie scenario on the table. Again, if William Carey wins this game, Pool B is settled.
And then makes tomorrow's games, there'll be some tournament implications in a couple of them, and you're talking about seed lines and final polishes on the resume. By and large, tomorrow's games don't have a whole lot of meaning if William Carey wins this one.
No, not in the slightest. And so 1-0 is the count here. That one misses high. In particular, in Pool B, it's very interesting because William Carey knows they're in. They've got a host bid. But Thomas and Middle Georgia are assured of nothing. They will have to win their way in. And Point can't feel comfortable. There are so few at-larges out there. So Pool B is very, very interesting. Pool A, Blue Mountain has won. Mobile below 500 doesn't expect that they're going to hear their name called. Loyola and Faulkner are both in that at-large conversation. But if Middle Georgia were to steal an automatic bid here, what does that mean for the Faulkner-Loyola matchup tomorrow? So that gets really, really intriguing. So a lot to be decided here in Jackson, Tennessee. Right now, runners on the corners for Preston Ratliff. Ratliff did a job at the plate and on the mound yesterday. Ball over for a strike. Thomas is at short. Lysette's at first.
And you mentioned how high scoring those games were in the February series. There were a total of 211 at-bats during that 3-game set and 76 hits.
That's insane.
75 runs, 76 hits, 211 at-bats between 3 ball games. Swung on and missed, and a big strikeout there to get Ratliff.
So Preston Ratliff is retired. Bailey Hendon to the dish. Two away, runners on the corners. Voss trying to find a way to get out of this inning unscathed. Right-hander turns and fires. Chases the runner back to first. 6'6", 235 pounds. Daniel Voss from the Netherlands. The Dutch right-hander delivers. Big cut, can't get it. Bailey Hendon is behind in the count, 0-1. Hendon digs in and waits. That one's over for a strike, 0-2.
Big moment if Voss can find a way out of this one.
That one misses high. Ball and 2 strikes now.
There have only been a handful of players from the Netherlands in the baseball circuit. I'm not sure if I remember any others other than Voss.
I could be completely wrong. I feel like the Netherlands had a team in the first World Baseball Classic, did they not? But now a lot of those...
They were in this one, and I think Curacao...
A lot of those guys are from Curacao, yeah.
Because, yeah, I remember the Netherlands were in there. I really liked their uniforms.
Yeah, my son did too. Grounder to second, throws to first. The inning is over. Voss gets out of it unscathed. Bottom half on the other side.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
achievement, community,
initiative,
ambition,
well-being,
adaptability,
sportsmanship,
trust,
integrity, gratitude,
confidence,
health,
self-discipline,
friendship,
openness,
growth,
connection,
courage,
tradition.
collaboration.
The SSAC is about vision.
Back here live at the ballpark at Jackson. Tell you about Dario Herrera, and then we'll return to our conversation about the Netherlands, because this is the SSAC After Dark. Dario Herrera, the man on the mound for William Carey, and Herrera has been that guy for his career in Hattiesburg, the lefty from Panama City, Panama.
Yeah, Herrera, one of the second-team all-conference pitchers. And a guy who had a real shout at first team as well. Dario Herrera has started 12 games. This will be number 13. 64 and 2/3 innings of work, a 4.18 ERA, 81 strikeouts, 34 walks, 261 batting average against. And the lefty Panamanian has been really, really good his entire career for the Crusaders.
You talk about the big leaguers from the Netherlands, not from Curacao or Aruba, but from the actual Netherlands, and there are not very many. Most of the names I've never heard. The two that I remember the most from years past are Bert Blyleven and Rick Vandenherk, sorry. And then Didi Gregorius I did not know was from the actual Netherlands. So there's three of them for you.
I've only seen, I believe, only one other college baseball or softball player from the Netherlands.
There was one girl who played like 8 years of JUCO ball.
Yeah.
I can't remember her name. She had set a ton of records. It wasn't really 8, but it was a long career at a Florida JUCO.
Yeah, for Florida Southwestern, the JUCO down there, a powerhouse in softball, like a 6-foot shortstop named Felina Pote. And I remember she had played 4 seasons of JUCO softball because of the COVID years. And in the championship game last year, I got to stat it. She was 3 for 3 with 6 RBIs, 3 home runs.
That's nuts.
And they just put her on first next time up.
Yeah, that's nuts. And she just wanted to play JUCO. She had an opportunity to play 4 year and never wanted to.
Yeah.
That ball fly out to right. So a runner on first, 1 out here. As Chaz Salter had a single, Jacob Pierce flies out to right, and now Ryan Wilson to the dish. Ryan Wilson holds near about every record from a batting standpoint at Middle Georgia.
Yeah, only triples is the category he does not hold the career record in. Ryan Wilson has been an absolute animal at the plate for the Knights. Redshirt senior from McDonough, Georgia, majoring in aviation, which is pretty cool. A pretty cool major right there.
Yeah. So you're telling me it's not sports management?
Not quite.
Oh, no shade to the sports management majors out there, whomever they may be.
I'm one of them.
1-0 count. Herrera facing Wilson in the dirt.
Wilson with a career.
I have no idea. By the way, go ahead. Sorry.
A career .572 slugging percentage, 308, 34 doubles, 24 home runs in his career. And he owns pretty much every Middle Georgia hitting record that there is to have.
I don't know what the easiest major in college is. I just know that one of my roommates was a business major, and that dude never studied, never had homework, and was never stressed. So that's what I can tell you. 2 balls and a strike. Misses. Oh, no, gets the outside corner, 2-2. We had a pretty heavy rainfall begin in the 9th inning of the Thomason Point game. It's moved out of here now, but the residue remains. You can see the dirt, the mound there, and the plate area. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner on first. Herrera gets the sign. Delivers, misses away there, 3-2.
Really good looking pitch from Herrera. Great take by Wilson. I was almost certain that was going to be a strike. I think Wilson was about the only one on the on the field that thought that one was away.
It looks like a little bit of jawing maybe out of the William Carey dugout there as the home plate umpire was gesturing to them.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was necessarily like in any talking against, just like, hey, where did that miss? It looked really good from here. Said it just missed away. Runner goes. That misses upstairs. Stolen base doesn't matter.
And a walk issued to Ryan Wilson. Runners on first and second now. So Chaz Salter at second, Ryan Wilson at first. One away in the inning. And Zane Falk to the dish. That one inside, ball one.
Falk had a really good night last night.
That one over for a strike, 1-1.
One of the key reasons Middle Georgia had as much success as they did against Point. 2 for 4, 3 runs scored.
Big cut, can't get it. 1-2 now to Falk.
We're talking about Dario Herrera and how good he's been for such a long time. 234 career strikeouts coming into tonight.
Wow.
A career ERA of 4.77 through 213 innings of work. When you have a 213 inning sample size, that one misses away.
And the catcher's mitt falls off as he reaches for it. So he has to go chase the ball barehanded. And Coffey's able to run it down and get it to the pitcher, but there's runners on second and third now after the wild pitch.
I bet he's just really glad that it didn't go much further and they wanted to play at the plate, and he had to old school that thing and try and catch it barehanded.
No kidding. That one hit to right field. That's going to get one home. 1-0 Middle Georgia. Runners on the corners and one away.
Great cut by Falk, and he has just been a problem for opposition this weekend. It's his second RBI and his third hit. He's 3 of 5. 3 runs scored, and he puts Middle Georgia ahead.
JT Rice to the dish now. Think about this Middle Georgia team, man. You talk about the record. It does not matter for just about anybody when you come into a tournament setting, but in particular with a team that is as veteran as this is, I don't think the record matters at all.
No.
Like JT Rice, Ryan Wilson, Jaden Duarte, these dudes have played a lot of baseball, and they've been in big moments, and I just don't think they're phased.
No.
That one's in the dirt.
I mean, Middle Georgia, both these teams are 2 wins away. William Carey now just 1 win away with the result, but Middle Georgia 2 wins away from making the national tournament. And that can help really turn what's been an up and down year
Wild
for 'em.
pitch, kicks away all the way back to the net. Coffey can't find it, and that's going to allow Falk to go all the way to third base. It was a wild pitch, kicked high off of Coffey, got back against the net and rolled around. Coffey couldn't find it. It's 2-0, and there's a runner on third.
What a start for Middle Georgia here.
Wow. That one hits the outside part of the plate. 1-1. JT Rice trying to lock in. Here's the deal, though. With just one out, you don't need a hit to get this run home.
No, not at all. A lot of things he
And
can
that'll
do.
do it. That hits it to right field, drives the right fielder back, still going back. Falk will tag and come home. It's 3-0 now.
Pretty competitive throw from all the way back there.
It was, yeah.
But still just not enough zip on it. As good of a throw it was to get Falk from that distance.
Diaz to the dish now. So the sac fly by JT Rice makes it 3-0. Base is empty. 2 away.
Yariel Diaz batting .316 on the season. a 1031 OPS.
It's another one of those catchers we were talking about earlier that it can do it defensively and swing the bat.
Yeah, he absolutely can. The first-team all-conference backstop, and he's one of those OPS that just jumps off the page at you. Him, Brennan Williams, Yariel, and Jaden Duarte, all over 1,000 OPS on the year. Ryan Wilson, 993. Zane Falk, 990. Jacob Pierce, 984.
Yeah, think about what you just said, though. Jaden Duarte is over 1,000 OPS. He's the 9-hole hitter.
Yeah.
Like, there's nowhere to go in the lineup to look for outs.
Not at all. And this is a team that, for those of you who may not know what OPS is, it's your on-base plus slugging, essentially quantifying how many bases you're worth every time you're at the plate. And if you're worth at least one base every time you're at the plate, you're doing something crazy good.
Yeah.
Like that's MVP level in Major League Baseball for reference on just how good that number is.
Ball misses away. If you start getting that thing up near 1.5 bases per trip to the plate, at 1.4, 1.5 OPS range, you're at an elite level.
Yeah.
You know, and that is rarely seen. Big cut, can't get it, and Diaz is retired. Herrera finishes the inning, but Middle Georgia strikes for 3. We head to the top of the second.
I need to try it first.
Where the day starts with laughter in local shops and ends under the stars with live music. That's Jackson, Tennessee. It's a place where every moment is an invitation to explore, to connect, to be part of something bigger. Jackson isn't just a destination. It's where stories are written, memories in the making.
Back here live, the ballpark at Jackson. Braden Coffey to lead off the inning.
Just misses away from Voss. Had to work 22 pitches to get out of the first inning.
1-0 count. That one sent into the left center field gap. Coffey heading for second, and he's in with a stand-up double to open the William Carey top of the second.
Yeah, great cut by Coffey there. Left center field has been very friendly this weekend, unless you've had just some highway robbery. But if you've been able to get it down in left center, it's been at least 2, if not 3.
And there has been a fair amount of robbery out there.
Courtesy runner for the backstop. Looked like a number 26, or it's actually 28.
Ty Little.
He was the runner yesterday.
Billy Garrity at the dish. Garrity awaits. This is the William Carey team that was down 5-0 yesterday and then scored 9 unanswered. to beat Thomas.
Yeah, it was a night that Andrew Shira just didn't have his stuff, but the bats rallied around him. Got him off the hook. Crusaders able to pick up the win. Get themselves one win away from the championship game.
High hopper. Wilson can't get it, and that's going to allow Garrity to reach. Infield hit. Runners on the corners. And nobody out.
It's pretty close to being a weird 3-4 tag out.
Really weird.
But you may see on like a bunt situation, but never really on a hit.
Caleb Laird at the dish now. Runners on the corners and a chance for William Carey to get right back in the ballgame. That one fouled away. Say this, the Crusaders up there looking to hit the first pitch. God bless them for it.
Yes.
It's 8:28, and this is our fourth ball game of the day. Let's play. 0-2. That one lifted center field. Should get a run home. Long run, and he slides in and can't catch it. That's going to be a base hit. The run will come home and score, and it's 3-1.
It's a really, really tough break there from Pierce, who made a great play on it. And those little Texas leaguers, they may look pretty easy from the stands, but you have so much territory you're having to cover. And it can move kind of last minute on you as well, and he made a good adjustment to it. I think he got his glove on it, but just couldn't squeeze it.
Yeah, in the end, his body was sliding kind of away from the ball, and he was having to reach back for it. And there's no telling how that grass is playing out there right now, being the rain that we just had. Gerard Williams to the dish, strike one.
Williams, center fielder, seeing his first AB of the evening. He was 5 of 14 with 5 runs scored, 4 RBIs, and a home run in the regular season series. Again, that was back in February, the second weekend of the conference slate. 10 weekends this year. That's 11 teams in the league.
That ball foul back. Out of play off the top of the building here. Gerard Williams, the center fielder, the 9-hole hitter. With runners on first and second and nobody out. Williams awaits. That ball sent right field, long run, slicing, foul. So 1-2 to Gerard Williams. Runners stay on first and second there with a foul ball, and we go back to work again.
Nine-hole hitter trying to turn over the lineup with either 3 or with a...
That one slicing, dangerous right center field gap. Long run for Pierce. He gets there. Everybody's got to go back because they didn't tag up. They thought that was down for sure. Pierce holds the runners. That's one, if the runners stay, they're advancing there, but that was slicing into the gap away from Pierce. The fact that he got to it, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of those really tough reads as a base runner and even as a base coach, trying to figure out, because if it does drop and you only get 90 feet off of that, that's a wasted opportunity, you feel like. But you also have to retreat so quickly because he made the play on it that you weren't able to advance forward. That's a really tough break for William Carey and a great play.
Well, and here's the big thing if you're Voss. It keeps the double play in order.
Yeah.
Now you could possibly get out of it, although R.J. Stinson at the dish, tough man to double up.
A tough man to get out in general.
Yeah.
He was able to do it earlier. One of the 2 strikeouts for Voss first time through the lineup.
Came into the tournament hitting .418, I believe you said yesterday. So
Yeah, he's down to 412, but he's got
down to 412.
Yeah.
What a bad day.
It's terrible.
R.J. Stinson.
He's got an 1178 OPS.
It's insane.
It's just, that's monstrous stuff. Slugging 636, 542 on base. And one of the numbers that just pops immediately off the screen, even amongst all of those, when you look at that, you're looking at 8 home runs, 11 doubles, 636 slugging, 412 batting average. This dude's drawn 44 walks and only struck out 14 times as well.
His eye is incredible. His strike zone discipline, very, very impressive. 3-0 here as he's closing in on walk number 45. He'll take the strike there.
And he mentioned that overall this is a William Carey team that draws a lot of walks, also hit by an abnormally large amount of pitches, 109 pitches they've been hit with this year. But as a team hitting 278 coming in, but a 421 batting average. That is such a massive increase on the on-base percentage because they're able to do just that and just let the pitcher put them on.
There's a walk to R.J. Stinson to load the bases. And now Thomas to the dish. And here's a guy particularly adept at getting hit with the baseball.
Yeah.
33 hit by pitches on the year. Number 1 in the country in that category, a program record. I don't think that's the thing you set out to do. That one, fly ball into the gap, left center field. That's going to get at least 2 home. Stinson's coming home. It's a 3-run bases clearing double for Bridley Thomas, and it's now 4-3 William Carey.
Yeah, it's just a first pitch mash from Bridley Thomas in the left center field. And he just ambushed Daniel Voss there. And William Carey now in the lead after that just beautiful piece of hitting from a guy who's been hit a lot. His 11th double of the season, and it'll increase that 434 slugging a little bit.
So 4-3 William Carey in the lead. Still only 1 out here in the top of the second. Voss gets the sign and delivers. Misses underneath the zone. Yeah, talking about Thomas getting hit by a pitch 33 times this year. Like, I don't know how you develop that skill. It's definitely not a thing you grow up doing, like dreaming of. And he's up, bases loaded, 2 out, bottom of the ninth, and he gets drilled by the pitch. Like, it's not the thing anybody dreams of.
Like, I wonder if Bridley Thomas's cage work is like Happy Gilmore, 364 days till hockey practice.
That's right.
Just standing on the plate, taking him off the face. But he is 33 hit by pitches, and when you're doing that and you're able to deliver that kind of power,
Yeah.
you're an all-around ball player. Because if you've been hit by 33 pitches and your muscles can still go.
Well, and the other side of it, like, just think about the mental aspect of that. You've been hit
Yeah.
by a pitch 33 times, and you're not cowering in the box.
Yeah,
You know?
you're still stepping in. You're still close to the line.
2-1. That one slicing away from Pierce, long run again, and he dives into the gap, makes the catch this time. Or did they say it was down?
No, he caught
He
it.
caught it. Okay.
Yeah.
Did he tag at second? They say he did. So the runner advances to third. It's 2 out in the inning.
What a great grab. by
I
Pearson.
don't
He
know
is-
how Bridley Thomas had time to tag there. Like,
Yeah.
it had to be the moment the ball hit the glove, he was gone. Preston Ratliff at the dish. He almost gets hit.
Yeah, he timed that up absolutely perfectly. We saw Ratliff on the hill last night, closing out the game.
No, he didn't quite finish it.
That's right.
Snyder came in.
Snyder came in with what? Got the last 4 outs?
I think Ratliff actually got the win, didn't he?
I got to look back at it again.
Can't
That was,
remember.
that
It's
was
been
a lot of hours of baseball ago.
Yeah, it was 21 hours ago. Actually, it was It was not quite that, because that game didn't even start till 9 o'clock. That one misses. 3-0 here to Preston Ratliff.
Luke Lysette got the win. He came in that big spot, got a couple big strikeouts.
Didn't Snyder finish it?
Yeah, Snyder finished it. It wasn't quite a save situation. But Ratliff went an inning, got a strikeout and a walk.
He started as the DH yesterday, and then they burned the DH, put him out on the mound for an inning.
And as a DH, he did a pretty good job himself. 3 for 5 with a run scored and 2 RBIs.
Yeah,
that'll play.
That'll work.
Add that to a good inning on the hill. Ratliff, an all-around good ball player.
Bailey Hendon on deck here.
It's an all-around good baseball name, too.
It is. That one flared back foul. Fan up here, whoever's handling the foul ball up here, a foul ball back off the wall. It carried him off the wall, and he backhanded it behind him and snagged it, and then turned around to look, see if anybody saw it.
I mean, a great play like that, you got to look to see if someone acknowledged you. Acknowledge your tribal chief, by the way.
Called strike 3. Ratliff retired, did not like the call. Didn't like, I think he had asked for time. He's upset, and William Carey, conversation, umpires coming together. Middle Georgia not yet in the dugout. William Carey hasn't returned to the dugout. Are they going to say time was called here?
Yeah, Bridley Thomas still walking over towards third. There's 2 players on the field right now. Preston Ratliff in the batter's box. Bridley Thomas at third. Everybody else just kind of hovering by the lines. The umpires have a decision to make here.
William Carey base coaches have remained where they are. I assume we have a situation where Thomas asked for time.
Or Ratliff, rather.
Oh, yeah, where Ratliff asked for time. I think that may be the situation. But he certainly was surprised by Voss's pitch. And they called him out. So that'll be the end of the second. This is the SSAC Baseball Championship.
So Dario Herrera back on the hill after a 27-pitch first inning. He's ready to rock and roll against Brennan Williams. First pitch over for a strike to the designated hitter, left-hander. Carrying a 1074 OPS, as we noted earlier. 6 home runs, 6 doubles, a 574 slugging percentage. He's drawn 31 walks, been hit by pitch 7 times. On base 50% of the time, and over a 101 at-bat sample size, that's an insane on-base percentage. One misses, and it's 2-1. Lefty from Panama. Roxon fires. That one misses. Now Brennan Williams will step out, and he'll face a 3-1 pitch, and Herrera will talk with his backstop a little bit. Try and get on the same page with Brennan Coffey here. Last call for concessions if you're watching in the ballpark. The fried pickles were really good earlier today. Williams climbs back in. 3-1 count. Herrera got tagged up for a couple hits, but 3 earned runs. When Chopper, first base side, lies set, throws it to Herrera, fires a dart in there. Herrera goes over and retires the leadoff man. And that will bring up Yadiel Perez, the junior from Tampa, Florida. Perez batting .297. .440 on base percentage. He's been hit by 13 pitches, drawn 18 walks. That one in there for a strike. Perez thought about offered or couldn't stop the bat, but it didn't matter either way. Great pitch by Dario Herrera. Roxon fires delivery. Hit sharply through the left side, and a base knock for Yadiel Perez. Jaden Duarte steps up to the plate now. It's a third hit surrendered by Herrera today. Draws it even on the runs and hits line. So one of the big stories, the teams that have really succeeded in these games, that have kept in control, haven't been issuing the free passes, and when they have, they haven't turned into runs. And a walk helped 3 runs come across in the first inning for the Knights. That one over for a strike. So 7 runs in the last 2 half innings here. At the bottom of the first, top of the second. On the bottom of the second, 1 runner on. That one fouled off by Duarte. You see someone in the William Carey dugout nearly flipping over the railing. His teammate making the save. Delivery misses to Duarte. Now 1-2. Duarte hit .400 against the Crusaders earlier. Slugged .500, had 3 RBIs, double, .500 on base percentage. Now Dario Herrera delivers the 1-2 offering. That one hit well up the middle. That'll be a base knock. Rounding, cutting towards third, throwing on the brakes wisely. It was Perez, so a base knock for Duarte. And Middle Georgia back in business here as they turn over the lineup to Chaz Salter. And we've talked a lot about the free passes that players have been given and that they have taken advantage of this season. But Chaz Salter, a guy that has just been an absolute animal at the plate. And the fact that he doesn't strike out. He has struck out only 3 times this season. First one misses, or over for a strike, actually. Good pitch by Herrera to catch the low side of the zone. Dario Herrera kicks and fires. That one in there for a strike. Chaz Salter has drawn 26 walks, struck out just 3 times, so he's in an 0-2 hole right now. Herrera trying to turn that 3 into a 4. And fouled off. Salter stays alive. 459 on base percentage this season. 358 average. Or 923 OPS. He's got 2 on. Tying runs on second. It's Perez on second. Duarte at first. Herrera gets a sign from Coffey and delivers. That one misses high. 1-2. Fifth pitch of the at-bat incoming. As Herrera gets his sign, steps back on the rubber. The delivery. Fouled off. You see a couple really good spoiled pitches there by Chaz Salter. You see why he has been so tough to strike out this year, especially in an era where strikeouts are so prevalent. The delivery misses away. Good take by Salter. 2-2 count. Herrera kicks and fires outside, runs it full. So it could load up the bases for Jacob Pierce here if Salter can find a way aboard. Or he could tie it up if he can bring in Perez. Swung on and missed. Salter struck out for just the 4th time this season. Dario Herrera wins a battle. He's just the 2nd time in conference play that he struck out. Struck out twice at Voorhees in that series. And struck out at Bruton Parker. Now Jacob Pierce at the plate with 2 gone and 2 on. Misses. Ball 1. The center fielder who has had a really busy day in center in the early stages here. Made a couple incredible plays. Nearly made another incredible one. That one over for a strike. So it's a 1-1 count as Herrera looks back at his wristband, gets the sign. Kicks and fires. Misses. 2-1. The delivery. Tries to break it over the outside edge. Couldn't get it. 3-1 now. Not in time, trying to pick off Duarte. Herrera kicks and fires. That one hit well. Right field foul territory and runs out of play. Good cut. Couldn't put it into play, though. Dario Herrera, full count, 2 outs, misses. Bases loaded. Ryan Wilson steps up to the plate. He drew a walk his first time up. It's a second walk issued by Herrera. He's also struck out 2. But a 2-out walk loads the bases and brings up a dangerous bat in Ryan Wilson. Wilson, the .993 OPS coming into the day. 49 RBIs. He's been the man that's delivered time and time again, and most often for the Knights. First pitch, I believe, missed away. The delivery. Misses there. So the first one found the zone. It's a 1-1 count. So Herrera working against Wilson, 1-1. And misses, 2-1. One of the things that we saw was so effective for Faulkner earlier today was Mose Hayes was not throwing hardly any balls, as he was constantly in the strike zone. We've seen walks come back to hurt a lot of teams. You saw it hurt Andrew Shira last night, and Dario Herrera possibly starting to slip towards that territory. And Eric Ebers coming out to check with him. Just talked to his left-handed pitcher. He's got a lot of experience. He's a very talented pitcher. Struggling to find his consistency right now that he's used to, and you can see it's frustrating him a little bit, but you know that quality's there. You don't get 200-something strikeouts in your career for nothing. My eyes are not deceiving me, it's the scene from Bull Durham being played right now on the Jumbotron. Just go ahead and play the whole movie up there. Probably can't do that. There's small children present. You're like trying to put the uncut edition of Major League up there. Just can't do it. Ryan Wilson trying to feed Jobu right now. Herrera delivers, and whatever he said worked. Going for another movie reference here because it's almost 9 o'clock. Evers must have told him, you just got to find the have to. What the heck is the have to? That one hit down the left field line. Rounding is Wilson. Looks like it'll be a bases clearing double, and it will be. Middle Georgia back on top of this one. 6-4. Ryan Wilson delivers the full count, 2-out, bases loaded double. Scores 2. And it's 6-4 Knights. So Zane Falk steps up to the plate now. He's 1 for 1. And is that going to be it for Dario Herrera? It will be. Pitching change incoming. So Dario Herrera, his night is done. Andrew Shira, the starter yesterday, made it through 2 1/3. Herrera makes it through 1 2/3. We'll tell you about the new pitcher as we watch the Screaming Goat video on the Jumbotron. It's SSAC After Dark.
Zane Falk at the plate here. Big inning for Middle Georgia for the second straight night. William Carey, starter, gets chased early. We've seen Bobby Alford before, though. He is not scared to do that in this setting and turn around and bring a guy back later if he needs him.
Yeah, not at all. And Shira was around that same pitch count. He had 64 pitches. And you see Dario Herrera leaving the game with 59. And Bobby McGee on the hill. Again, you're talking all-name team, or at least classic baseball names. Bobby McGee's right in there.
Bobby McGee and Billy Garrity, are that's classic. Is this 2024 or 1924? Doesn't matter. Both, you could see those names in a baseball lineup either place.
We should use a transatlantic accent anytime we're using their name.
Well, Billy Garrity. It's insane. That's really cool.
Oh, Billy Garrity out there.
I feel like Bobby Halford may recruit some of these guys based entirely on name. You're a pretty good pitcher, but your name's Bobby McGee. You got an offer for you.
You may go by Robert, but
nope, you're Bobby now. Welcome to the Crusaders.
I'll throw you a few more scholarship dollars if you put Bobby on the roster.
That's right. My name's William, sir. Nope, you're Billy now. There's a line to left field, the base hit, and that's going to get the run home here. They cut it, and Wilson gets back. He was dead to right, so Paul Knight throwing the brakes on there just in time. So runners on the corners here. Still 2 away in the inning. 3 home in the first, 3 home in the second, and more trouble brewing here.
And what a great throw by Bailey Hendon there. Just to get that back in play, it seemed like it was going to be a surefire play at the plate that may be a little bit close, but probably not. And, man, he killed that one.
That one over for a strike. Oh, 1, McGee delivers. That one foul back, out of play again. That one in the dirt.
Falk takes off.
Runners
second base.
Yeah, runners at second and third now. So a hit could score 2. That one called. Strike 3 in the inning's over. J.T. Rice frozen. McGee comes in. Strands a couple there, but Middle Georgia, they score 3. They lead 6-4 as we head to the third.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports.
The Jackson Rockabillys, Union and Bethel Universities, USJ, TCA, JCS, and Peabody.
Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers.
Thanks to the sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
Achievement.
community,
Initiative.
Ambition.
Well-being.
Adaptability.
Sportsmanship.
Trust.
integrity,
Gratitude.
Confidence.
health,
Self-discipline.
Friendship.
Openness.
Growth.
connection,
Courage.
tradition.
Collaboration.
The SSAC is about vision.
Bailey Hendon to lead off the inning here. Daniel Voss set for a long time as that inning lasted a while. Again, an hour and 10 minutes into this ball game, and almost an hour and 15, we've completed 2 innings. That one on the ground, second baseman up with it, and one away. Coffee at the dish. It's a little late for that. Maybe some decaf. 9:05. 0-1 count. And Coffee sends it right field. Squeezed easily. 2 gone. Billy Garrity to the dish. Again, just the look, the name, the whole deal. You could drop Billy Garrity onto the 1986 Mets. Would fit right in. That one over for a strike. Like, if Billy Garrity batted behind Kevin Elster, like, who would know the difference?
Yeah, you could fully tell me that Darryl Strawberry drove in Billy Garrity for a game-winning run in July for the '86 Mets, and I'd be like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Ball and 2 strikes here. Bottom of the zone, misses. 2-2. And he walks him. So he got the first 2 quick, and then he walked Billy Garrity. I can tell you I'm thankful to have a chair. Also, I'm very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You can only spend so many hours in one spot. That went over for a strike. Oh, 1 count. That one will miss 1-1. That one into the ground. Third baseman can't get it, and it gets to left field. There's a single, and runners on first and second.
How often have we seen a 2-out walk turn into something? Now you've got the tying run aboard.
Yep. So close to getting out of the inning 1-2-3. William Carey said, no, that's not going to be this inning. Remember, these two teams combined for 38 runs in a single game. back in February. If they repeat the feat tonight, there may not be a broadcast team left tomorrow.
At that point, I probably would look for someone to swanton bomb.
Well, if you get to, if you get to a certain point, it's just home run derby.
Yeah. Which I've always thought would be really fun. I've thought that'd be such a fun
like
thing.
Like the PK version of baseball.
Or just do that like the night before the tournament or something like that. Just
oh, yeah.
Everybody puts a dude out there. Or Darius Townsend just cranking dingers. Just watch Ryan Wilson tee off for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
I'll charge A. Stinson just put one into the stratosphere. It'd be so fun.
Well, the way he swung this weekend, Carson Galt from Blue Mountain.
Yeah. A lot of those dudes from Blue Mountain.
Yeah. Tyrese Roberson's put good swings on the ball this week. Austin Garrison, there's a reason Blue Mountain won Pool A. That one hit to center, handled cleanly by Pierce, and Pool B remains up in the air, 6-4 as we head to the bottom of the third.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
Achievement. Community.
Initiative.
Ambition.
Well-being.
Adaptability.
Sportsmanship.
Trust.
Integrity.
Gratitude.
Confidence.
Health.
Self-discipline.
Friendship.
Openness.
Growth.
connection,
Courage.
tradition.
Collaboration.
The SSAC is about vision.
I need to try it first.
Back here live. Bottom of the third. Bobby McGee back to work. Bobby McGee's also one of those names that sounds like it would be featured in a John Mellencamp song. That went over for a strike.
He's a third wheel to Jack and Diane.
That's right.
Ariel Diaz at the plate. He's over one.
Bobby McGee's the guy that didn't want to hear the little ditty about Jack and Diane. Ball and a strike. That one misses low.
Something about a chili dog in that song. I still have the version where someone has just changed almost every other lyric to chili dog.
I'm interested if we're talking about chili dogs. I will tell you, all the things that we talk about in this ballpark, and it's a great park. It's been an excellent facility. Jackson, Tennessee's been a great host. But, dude, the concessions don't have any business being as good as they are.
Yeah.
The hot dogs, the burgers, excellent.
I was talking about the fried pickles a little bit ago.
I want to get fried
delicious.
okra. That's on my list tomorrow. So I feel like if the wet stuff is falling from the clouds tomorrow, there'll be time for fried okra. But that's what I want.
I feel like even if not,
yeah,
you got to make time for fried okra.
Fried okra is when you can eat it, like when you throw it back like popcorn, something's right. And one away in the inning is Diaz is retired by a strikeout, and now Brennan Williams to the dish.
And the thing that's right is the world at that moment.
That's right. I cook very few things. I cook even less things well. And fried okra is kind of my specialty. It's the thing I nail. So my daughter will ask me, Daddy, will you cook your fried okra? I'm like, baby, I don't have an hour and a half. Like, because it's like that's how long it takes me if I'm going to do it right. Ball and a strike to Brennan Williams. Long look in for Bobby McGee. Curveball in there, good. Brennan Williams, the starting linebacker, listed at 6'6", 240.
And that may be shortchanging him a little bit, too. He's a big dude in that batter's box.
That one, big cut, can't get it. Brennan Williams will head to the dugout. And again, like I just looked, I'm a New Orleans Saints fan. Ain't a dude on the roster that looks like Brennan Williams.
No. Could Taysom Hill bring him down? Possibly, because Taysom Hill can do about anything.
Taysom Hill can bring down the mountain. Taysom Hill could tackle the Blue Monster. We don't question Taysom Hill's ability. That went away.
We do question Mickey Loomis's a lot, but that's
oh, yeah. We don't question. We know how terrible it is.
We are in SSAC After Dark territory. It's
Listen,
eighth game in 2 days.
I really apologize. If you're watching this and you're like, talk about the game, I'm sorry. We really care about what's going on. We're also going to basically podcast around the game at this hour, solely for our own sanity, because there's only so many times that you can say, and he misses away. Ball foul back there, 2-1.
And overall, the day hadn't been as bad as yesterday with the walks. Pitchers have been able to find the zone a little bit better today.
Yeah, and, look, we talked about Mose Hayes from Faulkner earlier. 112 pitches, 87 of them in the strike zone, which is just an unbelievable percentage. 77.6% in the strike zone for him. He goes 9 innings, and he's a guy that doesn't throw the ball particularly hard, but he throws it with movement. And there's a walk to Yadiel Perez, the second baseman. He'll head down to first, so runner on first, 2 out now. Bobby McGee working against Jaden Duarte.
A second base runner surrendered by McGee. He's come in, he's worked an inning, gotten 3 strikeouts. He got out of a tricky spot.
Jaden Duarte, 1 for 1 with a run scored. Ball thrown over, back on his belly. I think the wind came through. Our center field camera angle has tilted a little bit here. Back in on his belly.
Worthy Road Studios done a fantastic job producing this event.
Oh, dude, yeah, they're great. They're absolutely great. This has been a high-quality broadcast and stream offered by our friends at Worthy Road Studios.
Time is called as
Ethan Money with a rare appearance on SSAC television. The guy in the middle Georgia hoodie with a camera hanging around his neck. Just so the athletic department knows, he is here working.
Great guy, SID over at Middle Georgia.
That went over for a strike, 0-1.
I got to work the softball tournament with him last year. Spent a lot of time in the press box with him.
Yeah, Ethan Money's a good guy, works really hard. One of a lot of really good SIDs in our league. We've been blessed in the sports media department in the SSAC. A lot of dudes that work tirelessly and beyond even their own school.
Yeah.
They work for the conference. They help others out around the conference, even when it's really of no direct benefit to them. Brett Fowler, Blue Mountain here, and I wish to goodness I could remember the name of Blue Mountain's number 2. Super cool dude, but I can't think of his name.
Luke Smith, he's here too.
What kind of name is Smith? Who can remember that? So yeah, Luke. That's one of the Gospels, right? So Luke Smith, Brett Fowler here from Blue Mountain, Carter Moles and I here from Faulkner. Seth Page, another one from Faulkner, back home doing absolutely nothing, completely useless. Ball and a strike. So the softball tournament up in Decatur right now being manned by a host, David Haney of Mobile's there, Deshaun Bullock of Point, Nick Finch of Stillman.
Zach O'Kelly from
UT Southern, yeah. You'll always be Martin Methodist to me. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The artist formerly known as Martin Methodist.
That's right.
Speaking of Martin Methodist, or UT Southern, Martin Methodist had a women's soccer player just got called up to the Moroccan U20s.
That's incredible. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the third. Runner on first base. Bobby McGee digging out the mound. Ready to get back to work. 9:19 p.m. local time. Ball lifted deep right center field. Ranging over and off the wall. Jaden Duarte with a run-scoring double. Oh, he slid right into the catcher. Oh, my goodness, is he okay? Oh, my. Coffee was set up to catch the ball, and Yadiel Perez slid in, shoulder right into the shin guard of Coffee. The run scored, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll sort that out in a little bit.
I think he touched the plate.
It looked like the umpire had signaled safe.
Yeah.
He did.
Okay, so he touched the plate, and, he pops up with a little fire about him now. That's going to hurt in the morning, I'm just going to tell you, kid.
Yeah.
At 21-22, that adrenaline's pumping. You get up and you play ball. At 42, I'm on the IL for 3.5 weeks.
Man, at 28, I was on the IL for 28 weeks when I took a hit like that playing church league, except I was in Coffee's position.
Good night. All right, good to see Perez. It's now a 7-4 ball game. The bottom of the third. Back to the top of the order with Chaz Salter. Jaden Duarte delivering out of the 9 spot. You talked about it earlier. Duarte's a guy out of the 9 hole with an OPS of more than 1,000, and he's 2 for 2 tonight.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot more often the 9 hole being treated almost as a second leadoff spot, and you're putting a really good guy down there.
Yeah.
Because if you can get that guy on, then you put your lead off, and your 2 hole is starting to become probably your best hitter on the team. Usually in a lot of lineups, the 2 hole is starting to get a lot more of that traction because they're getting more at-bats than the 3 and the 4.
Well, think about just this tournament. You know, Jake Mills bats 9 for Loyola. Austin Garrison's a good hitter, batting 9 for Blue Mountain. There's a fly ball deep center field handled at the track by Gerard Williams, and the inning is over. Middle Georgia adds another one, 7-4, as we go to the 4th.
Where the day starts with laughter in local shops and ends under the stars with live music. That's Jackson, Tennessee. It's a place where every moment is an invitation to explore, to connect, to be a part of something bigger. Jackson isn't just a destination. It's where stories are written, memories in the making.
R.J. Stinson leading off top of the fourth, top of the order for William Carey. That one's over for a strike. Daniel Voss has gotten run support. Can he make it stand up? That one will miss away. Again, your scenarios in Pool B. Thomas is rooting for Middle Georgia with all that they have, because the only life Thomas has in terms of getting to the conference final requires a Middle Georgia win. That one popped to short, one gone. Point is eliminated from winning Pool B. If William Carey wins tonight, they clinch Pool B. If Middle Georgia wins tonight, they have to beat Point tomorrow to clinch it, or they have to prevail in the tiebreakers, and you would get into a tiebreaker scenario if Thomas were to beat Middle Georgia and William Carey were to beat Point. The other side of it, though, is if you're Middle Georgia, there's so many weird scenarios, but if Middle Georgia wins tonight,
and they win tomorrow, they're in.
But even if they were to lose tomorrow to Thomas, they at that point would need Carey to beat Point to force the three-way tie. Because then if Point beat Carey, it would be a head-to-head and Thomas would then win. So the point is, win this ball game. Whether you're Carey or you're Middle, win this ball game. There's a hit batter that puts Thomas aboard, and guess what? Hit by pitch number 34 on the season for Bridley Thomas. Right on the shoulder blade. What does Bridley Thomas do to anger the baseball deities? Jake Lysette at the dish. Bridley Thomas hit by 34 pitches on the season.
That's insane.
I can't. I mean, it's wild. I wonder what the all-time Major League single-season record is over 162 games. Because you're talking about over 50 games at this level. And not even that many. I don't think, how many games has Thomas actually played in? Jake Lysette, the man at the plate right now, and you'll look up the Major League record for hit batsmen. And I'll tell you how many games Bridley Thomas has played. That one fouled back. I'll try to tell you how many games Bridley Thomas has played. 44 games. This is his 45th game of the season. Full count to Jake Lysette. Just missed inside. J.T. Rice wanted the call, didn't get it. Runners on first and second now.
So the record, the Major League Baseball record, dates back to 1896.
Billy Garrity was on that team, right?
He had to have. Huey Jennings, 51 hit by pitches and 602 plate appearances in 1986. Ron Hunt with 50 in 1971.
Not 1986, 1896.
1896.
All right, so Huey Jennings was hit by a pitch 51 times.
Yep.
Over 600 plate appearances.
Yeah.
In 1896. I see you and raise you, Bridley Thomas, in the year of our Lord 2024, has been hit by a pitch 34 times in 181 plate appearances. That pace, think about it. 181, all right? So let's say your boy Huey, he was in 600 plate appearances. All right, so he's at 3.3 times the plate appearances of Bridley Thomas. At the pace Bridley Thomas is on, he would have been hit by a pitch 112 times over the course of a regular season. That's ridiculous.
That's 1945 Hall of Famer Huey Jennings.
Again, teammates of Billy Garrity. That ball away, managed by Bobby McGee. No balls and a strike is what our scoreboard says. It's 1-1 now. Our scoreboard has kept up. Our stats have kept up. Our broadcast team is devolving quickly. Runners on first and second. Ball and a strike here. Ball thrown back.
The most recent entry was Ty France into the top 10.
I remember Ty France.
34 hit by pitches in last season, in 2023, and 665 appearances.
That's sissy stuff, Ty France.
Craig Biggio matched that with 774 appearances.
Just think about 774 plate appearances in a season. Like, that in and of itself is wild. Ball and 2 strikes. Daniel Voss. Checks the runner at second, delivers, misses. Here's the thing. As good as the bats have been for middle, William Carey's getting to Voss.
Yeah, they have been. Voss has been tagged up 6 times, 4 runs, and he's been able to limit the damage to just that second inning.
But right now, he is around 87 pitches, I believe. Still in the 4th.
So going back to the Huey Jennings conversation.
Why not?
Not only
I guarantee you nobody else is talking about Huey Jennings in 2024. This is premium content.
It's probably been 3 or 4 years since anyone was talking about Huey Jennings.
Maybe last year with the Ty France conversation. Maybe it was a blurb on SportsCenter or something.
Yeah.
You know?
But he holds first and both tied for third spots. He went on an insane 3-year run. He was hit by 51 pitches in 1896 to set the record. 1897, he's hit by 46. And 1898, he's hit by 46 more. 3 consecutive seasons of 46 or more hit by pitches in 1 year.
In 1971, Ron Hunt was hit by 50 pitches and 638 plate appearances. Do you think he was begging to be in the lineup on the last day to try to break the record?
Leaning over the plate a little bit, hugging the line.
That's right. I don't know. I mean, of course, you're like the 1890s is back in the era where dudes got struck by lightning and still finished the ball game.
That's probably because they couldn't feel anything.
Yeah.
They had numbed themselves with some liquid medication, as it were.
They call it the dead ball era. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 on. Top of the 4th, Daniel Voss steps off again. I'm going to go back to what I said last night. There should be a penalty for every pickoff attempt after 9 p.m. I'm just offering that as a rule. Daniel Voss comes set. Delivers. Misses away, and the bases are loaded. And that's what the penalty would look like.
That's a really tough miss there from Voss. It looked like a pretty good pitch, just a little bit off the plate, and now bases loaded.
All jest aside, Voss does not look comfortable on the mound right now. And I think you see that by the fact that in a 3-2 situation, he twice turned to fake the throw or to make the throw to second rather than working the plate. And when Voss is right, he's coming straight downhill with that 6'6" frame and filling up the strike zone. And right now, he does not look comfortable. That one's over for a strike.
Yeah, and it may have been an issue. He wasn't comfortable with whatever the pitch call was and was wanting something different. But whatever the case, Voss has to find a way around Bailey Hendon right now. He's 0 for 2 on the day, but Hendon's about due.
0-1 count. Just missed Bailey Hendon, who tried to get his Bridley Thomas on. 1-1 count.
5 of 11 was Bailey Hendon against Middle Georgia in that series. He scored 6 runs, had a home run, 5 RBIs. A really good weekend.
Bases loaded, 2-1. Voss is scuffling. Nowhere to put Bailey Hendon. Got to find a strike here.
Looks like a lefty warming up in the middle Georgia pin.
Fouled away, 2-2. Voss needs a double play ball in the worst way. Very much laboring on the mound right now. His next pitch will be number 95. Nearly 200 pitches into this ball game. We're in the top of the fourth. That one will miss. That one fouled away. Hendon spoiled a good pitch there. Full count, payoff pitch coming again. Comes set. Kicks and fires. Missed it. Voss with a bases loaded walk.
Voss very frustrated he didn't get the call there.
I didn't think it had the zone, though.
Yeah, it had just missed, and unfortunately sometimes when you've been around the zone a good bit recently, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt as if you have been in the zone pretty constantly. And
yeah, and some of that's pitch selection too, right there.
Yeah.
That the way that pitch moved, that's a great chase pitch. But on 3-2, I don't know. And Hendon showed the plate discipline, didn't offer at it. Now here's Coffey. He rifles it down the right field line. That's going to get at least one home. That'll score another one. It's tied again, 7-7. Runners on the corners and still only one out.
No, it's a 2-run hit.
Yeah, it was already 7-5.
No, it's 7-6. It was 7-4.
No, the bases were loaded and we had a walk.
That's right. Yeah.
No. Yeah. It's 7-7.
It's SSAC after dark.
It's SSAC after dark.
We can't keep track of the score right now.
It's 7-7.
7-7.
7. Very clearly, 7-7. Now, Voss back to work. One out. Strike one. We are officially, that's the 99th pitch for Voss. Pitch number 100, fouled back. Top of the fourth, 193 pitches into this ball game between the two teams. That tells you the way the offense has been tonight.
Yeah, 14 hits. 14 runs. 4 sevens on the board.
Misses away. Lifted, left center. Pierce ranging back, long run, not going to get there. 8-7. Another run is going to turn third and head home. 9-7. It's a 2-run triple for Billy Garrity.
What a shot by Garrity.
Making Huey Jennings proud.
Hit it into the left center field gap, and that's one that really didn't have any business from Jacob Pierce making that a close play. He nearly got it, but it just burned him. And Billy Garrity delivering, and it's a brand new ball game. William Carey on top.
They can't leave Voss out there anymore. Daniel Voss's day is done. 102 pitches, 8 hits, 9 runs, 9 earned, 6 walks, 3 Ks, and the runner on third belongs to him. We'll tell you about the new pitcher on the other side. Ball popped up. Shortstop, J.T. Rice back there, 2 away. Gabriel Dyer, the senior from Locust Grove, Georgia, transfer from Truett McConnell. He is the man on the mound for the Knights.
Dyer making his 14th appearance. He's worked 19 in the third innings this season. .295 batting average against. He struck out 12, walked 12, giving up 22 earned runs, a 10.24 ERA coming into it.
That one flared left field. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Welcome to the ball game, Gabriel Dyer. Can you stay a while? Let's head to the bottom of the 4th.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports.
The Jackson Rockabillys, Union and Bethel Universities, USJ, TCH, JCS, and Peabody.
Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers.
Thanks to the sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
Achievement. Community.
Initiative.
Ambition.
Well-being.
Adaptability.
Sportsmanship.
Trust.
Integrity.
Gratitude.
Confidence.
Health.
Self-discipline.
Friendship.
Openness.
Growth.
connection,
Courage.
tradition,
Collaboration.
The SSAC is about vision.
Jacob Pierce to the dish. 1-0 count on him. McGee back to work with a lead now. That one over for a strike, 1-1. Been a wild 3.5 innings of baseball. Middle Georgia scored 3 in the first. William Carey scored 4 in the second. Middle Georgia answered with 3 in the second. Middle Georgia added 1 in the third. William Carey responded with 5 in the fourth.
You've already had 3 lead changes, and we're just in the 4th inning.
Home plate umpire writing something down. 1-1 count. Pierce pops that one up, out of play. If a baseball game begins to feel like a last man standing match, this is kind of where we are right now. It is punch trading at its finest.
It almost feels like a game to 21. That may be the number tonight that you need.
High fly ball right center field. Everybody tracking back. Gerard Williams is there. 1 gone.
Good play by the center fielder, able to range over into the gap. Just got a little bit too much underneath it. Did Pierce and Ryan Wilson up at the plate now.
I don't know who handled our catering tonight, but thanks to him, it was quite good.
It was.
Ryan Wilson at the dish. 1 for 1 and a walk. He's driven in 3. Ryan Wilson had a 3-run double his last time up, adding to his legacy as Sir Ryan Wilson, the greatest of the Knights. 1-1. He'll take away there. 2-1.
Speaking of nights, it's 9:40 at night. If you haven't been over to Medieval Times, that is such a fun experience.
I don't even know where there is one. 2-2.
There's one in the north part of Atlanta. Went there with It's just what my buddies do when we play Dungeons and Dragons, and and we went to
picked up, thrown over to first base, and nearly Lysette just saved it.
What a play by Lysette, laying out for it, and then
crawling reverse back to the bag, basically.
Yeah, he knew he couldn't really put it into reverse real quick, so he just reaches the foot out a little bit more and touches the bag after he gets it. That is an incredible play by the first baseman.
So 2 away in the inning now for Zane Falk. Falk, 2 for 2. Run scored and an RBI.
But yeah, medieval times. It's like it's a dinner show where you just have a night tournament in the middle of it. And it's just it's a great time. You got dudes swinging broadswords at each other and jousting in full armor. You go with the boys. It's an absolute vibe.
That sounds like your social club experience in college as well.
You would know as you founded that social club.
I did found that social club, and it turned out to be a thing. So little did we know that Monty Python and the Search for the Holy Grail would become the culture setter for the entire club.
Sacred texts almost, really. That one crushed.
Wow, that ball hit deep and out of here. A solo shot for Zane Falk, who continues his torrid tournament. 9-8 now as Falk hits one well over the left center field wall.
3 for 3 in this one for Zane Falk. And that one, absolutely no doubt off the bat, a nuke into left center field.
The only question was, would it get high enough over that wall, and boy, did it.
Yeah, it did, and it kept going. That one kept going.
JT Rice to the dish. He's 0 for 1 with an RBI. He's also struck out once. He had a sac fly RBI way on back in the first inning.
Zane Falk now 5 of 7 through the tournament. The double, a home run, and 3 RBIs.
2-1 is the count. He'll take inside there, 2-2.
He's also scored 5 runs as well.
Yeah, Falk's been really, really good. Rice will foul it off. I feel like that home run ball might have made Bobby McGee a little mad. He's working with some pace right now, and he's pounding the strike zone.
Yeah, he is, and we've seen pitchers do that consistently. We haven't really seen a pitcher that's just devolved out of it. Faulkner's able to get back-to-back home runs, but usually after a home run, it's been a strikeout or a pretty quick ground out afterwards. Throughout this event,
Bobby McGee wanted that call there, didn't get it. 3-2 now. McGee delivers, swung over the top of it. McGee recovers after the homer and fans JT Rice. Middle Georgia gets one back. 9-8 Crusaders as we head to the 5th.
I need to try it first.
Where the day starts with laughter in local shops and ends under the stars with live music. That's Jackson, Tennessee. It's a place where every moment is an invitation to explore, to connect, to be part of something bigger. Jackson isn't just a destination. It's where stories are written, memories in the making.
Back here live. Ballpark at Jackson. 1-0 count on R.J. Stinson. Top of the order up here for William Carey. Stinson, Thomas, Lysette. Dyer threw 2 pitches. Got 2 outs. And he's back to work here.
Misses there.
2-0.
16 hits, 17 runs between these two. The first 4 innings.
Yeah.
I'm no math major. It's on pace for a crazy and a very long baseball game.
2 balls, 2 strikes here. The southpaw delivers, misses away. I guess we had the count wrong. We had 2-2 on the board. Umpire's letting Stinson walk down to first, so it must have been 3-2.
Currently on pace for 38 1/4 runs.
That is the 7th walk issued to William Carey batters. That one misses away, 1-0. Here's Bridley Thomas. Nearly got hit by that one, but it was in the zone, 1-1. Thomas squares, ball's away, 2-1. 3-1. Well, Dyer made sure he wasn't going to hit Bridley Thomas. He stayed away from him, but he walked him. So 2 on and nobody out.
Huey Jennings going to rest a little bit more. Record not in jeopardy right now.
That's right.
The way this game is going, going to have about 7 more plate appearances and start cutting into that.
Here's Jake Lysette. Back-to-back walks to open the inning. Activity in the middle, Georgia pin. That went over for a strike. Bunt drop down. Play at 1. They do get Lysette, but the sacrifice advances the runners.
So I found the NAIA record for hit by pitch. And Nick Rhoda of Vanguard back in 2014 was hit 41 times through 56 games. Brandon Bravada, second from LSU Shreveport in 2009, 56 games. And then have a 3-way tie between Jamie Tapp of Oklahoma City in 2002 with 34. Doug Bates from Birmingham Southern in 2000, and Steve Allen from Azusa Pacific in 1992.
So the next one will move Thomas to third.
By himself.
Yeah.
He is currently tied for third.
Right. There's a fly. Right foot, he dropped it. Jaden Duarte had it in his glove and just dropped it, and the run will score. 10-8. Runners on the corners. And an E9. A rare E9 for Jaden Duarte.
Yeah, Duarte, I don't know what happened there. He was in position for it, and he just dropped it. Looked like it was going to be a routine catch.
So first and third now.
That's just the 4th error of Duarte's career.
Yeah. Normally very good.
Over 116 opportunities. A career .975 fielding percentage.
Well, as is, Middle Georgia runners on the corners and one away. Grounded to second to first to second for one. Grounded to first to second for one. Back to first, not in time. Pulled him off the bag. The run scores. It's 11-8. And there's a runner at first. So 2 away now.
Those walks come back to hurt.
Bailey hit into the dish, and it's back to 3-run lead, the largest for William Carey tonight. $19 runs scored. We're in the top of the 5th. Coffee got a piece of it, I think. Grounded to the shortstop. J.T. Rice feeds the second baseman, and the inning is over. But William Carey gets 2 thanks to a couple walks and an error. We head to the bottom of the 5th, 11-8 Crusaders. Welcome back live. The ballpark at Jackson. 11-8 your score. First pitch flared to right field. And there's one out. Diaz is retired. Brendan Williams to the dish now. Williams 0 for 2 today with a strikeout. He'll swing over the top of that one. Bobby McGee's done a pretty good job since coming in. 2 2/3 innings of work, 3 hits and a walk. He struck out 5, only allowed 2 earned. He'll put that one in the zone. He carves Williams up on 3 pitches. My goodness. Williams didn't like it. He and the umpire have a little bit of an exchange. 2 down now. Here's Perez. 1 for 1 with a walk and a pair of runs scored. His last one, he was sliding into the plate and slid shoulder first into the shin guard of the catcher. Stayed in the game clearly. 0-1 is the count on him, and McGee working fast now. Misses away. 1-1. In the zone, 1-2. McGee right back to work. Doesn't like the call. Now he's got what he wants. Grounded to the second baseman, up and firing, and it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Bobby McGee. We head to the 6th.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports.
The Jackson Rockabillys, Union and Bethel Universities, USJ, TCA, JCS, and Peabody.
Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers.
Thanks to the sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
Achievement.
Community.
Initiative.
Ambition.
Well-being. Adaptability.
Sportsmanship.
Trust.
Integrity.
Gratitude.
Confidence.
health,
Self-discipline.
Friendship.
Openness.
Growth.
connection,
Courage.
tradition.
Collaboration.
The SSAC is about vision.
Billy Carey leading off the inning for the Crusaders. Here in the top of the 6th, it's an 11-8 ball game. Dyer back to work. Ball hit to left field, and there's a single. It's a single to left, and Caleb Laird to the dish here. He's 2 for 3 today with an RBI and a run scored. Ball bunted foul by Laird. Another bunt attempt, and that one will roll foul. So 2 strikes on Laird now, bunts off. Oh, 2 count to Laird. Top of the 6th, 11-8 William Carey. Runner on first, takes a narrow lead. That one rifled to left field, base hit. So Garrity at second, Laird at first. Now 6 hits between the 2 of those players. Now Gerard Williams to the dish. Paul Knight comes out, and a pitching change in the offing. Dyer's evening is done. 2 on, nobody out. Here in the top of the 6th. Middle Georgia making a pitching change. We will tell you about him on the other side. The SSAC Baseball Championship.
I need to try it first.
Where the day starts with laughter in local shops and ends under the stars with live music. That's Jackson, Tennessee. It's a place where every moment is an invitation to explore, to connect, to be part of something bigger. Jackson isn't just a destination, it's where stories are written, memories in the making.
New pitcher is Andrew Lowry. Lowry made an appearance last night in the 15-4 win over Point. He worked an inning, allowed one hit, and struck out one. There's a chopper to short, to second for one, and no turn, as Williams too speedy for that. But they do erase one. Runners on the corners with one out now. Lowry from Eastman, Georgia, a sophomore. And on the season, Lowry has made 12 appearances, 25 innings of work. He struck out 17, walked 11. Allowed 28 hits, 21 runs, 17 of them earned. He's 0-2, a .301 batting average against. He's ahead of R.J. Stinson here, 0-1. Throws over to first base to chase Williams back. The 0-1. Stinson fouls it away. R.J. Stinson will climb back in the box. Runners on the corners. Called strike three. R.J. Stinson is retired. And he did not like the call. Now Bradley Thomas to the plate. He of many bruises, as we've talked about, has been hit by a pitch 34 times this season. That ties him for third most all-time in a single season in the history of the NAIA. 0-1 here. He'll flare that one right field. Back to the track. Caught as he falls down. But Jaden Duarte makes the catch, and the inning is over. So Lowry comes in, does the job. Inning is over. 11-8 as we go to the bottom of the sixth. Jaden Duarte leading off this inning, the 9-hole hitter. 2 for 2 in this one. An RBI and a run scored. He's got a double on his line. He watches that one go by. Strike one. There's strike two. Bobby McGee has been dealing, and he's wasting no time doing it. Back in the rocking chair. Misses inside with that one.
Duarte saying it hit him.
Home plate umpire having none of it. Maybe it did. I don't know. But the home plate umpire said nope. Telling him to get in the box. Duarte and the home plate umpire having a heated conversation, it looks like. Duarte getting in the box. He's telling Paul Knight. Now, Paul Knight, did they just run Duarte?
Yeah, Duarte just got ran.
They just ran Duarte in the middle of the at-bat. Wow. Brennan Williams has got to come get Jaden Duarte. Paul Knight was coming down the line. Paul Knight was coming down the line to talk to the home plate ump, but before he could get there, Jaden Duarte got run. Duarte adamant that the ball hit him. Umpire was telling him it did not and wanted him to get back in the box. And Duarte, very demonstrative that he had been hit by that pitch. And now he's been thrown out of the ball game. So somebody's got to come in here with a 1-2 count on him.
And this is where that weird baseball rule comes into play if you're keeping score at home.
Now they're throwing – are they throwing a fan out?
I think so.
Wow. He went all the way down to get – all the way down to talk to a fan, presumably a fan. I don't think this is a facilities manager situation. I don't know.
Yeah, he went to go get someone from the
oh, is it game day? He's looking for – okay. Wow. I don't know, man. I don't know what was said down there. All I know is it's 10:15 at night in the middle of finals week for most of these kids.
Finals week or graduation?
Yeah. And it's two teams fighting for a conference championship, one of them fighting for its postseason life. 19 runs have been scored in 5 innings. You got a kid who dropped the ball in right field and is looking for an opportunity to make up for that at the home plate. And emotions are high.
Yeah.
The trigger can't be quick. The trigger just can't be quick. You got to have some patience with that. I don't know what was said. Maybe he said something that was just, you got to get out of here right now.
Yeah.
But how often do you see a guy thrown out in the middle of an at-bat?
I think the issue was Duarte was given a handful of opportunities. The umpire's like, get back in the box. Duarte was wanting to call time to calm himself back down because it's a 1-2 count. And he knows how important every AB here is. But the umpire's like, no, get back in the box. You're going to finish this at bat. And he was like, look, I want time. And eventually was like, all right, well, coach, didn't you see it hit my foot? Come and talk to the umpire a little bit. And the umpire's having none of it because it seemed like Duarte had, from our perspective here, again, we can't hear anything that's happening on the field. So, this is conjecture.
Yeah.
It may have been that Duarte hadn't had done that initially. He hadn't have been asking for coach to come talk. And then he was late getting into the box.
Yeah.
And then he tries to do that again, and umpire's like, no, you're out of here.
I don't have the ability to go back and see if the pitch actually hit him. Those of you watching at home, I think, might.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it hit him or not, but Duarte was really adamant that it hit him.
And it looks like there will be a fan who is at least being reprimanded here.
All right. And that may be, I don't know, I mean, maybe that's Jaden Duarte's family, and I would understand them being upset if that's the case. Either way, Adam Alisea Brooks to the dish. He swings and misses. Drop third strike, throws down to first. Lysette will smother that throw. Welcome to the game, Brooks. You got 2 on you when you step into the box.
So statistically, because he did not reach and it was a strikeout, it goes against Duarte as the at-bat because the batter came in with 2 strikes.
Okay, so you technically don't even put that substitution in until after the at-bat.
Yeah.
You'll have to explain that rule to Brett Fowler. That's one I'm sure he's never seen because I've never seen it either.
Yeah,
There's a single up the middle for Salter. And listen, brother, if you thought this game was competitive before,
yes,
this is about to be chippy. And that's I don't know another way to tell you about it. I know that Middle Georgia team. I know Paul Knight's program. Them some dudes.
Yeah.
And some dudes that know they are a scrappy team, and William Carey's the same way. This could be a fun finish, but not the kind of finish we were hoping for.
Yeah, these are 2 highly competitive teams.
Yes, a lot of pride in these programs.
And it's a high stakes game for William Carey.
Yeah.
You can punch your ticket to the conference championship game. For Middle Georgia, you're trying to stay in the chase.
That's the point I'm trying to make earlier. You're 25-23 if you're Middle Georgia. You've got to get there. You're not going to get an at-large.
Yeah.
You got to win this thing. And there's a bunch of seniors in that dugout that they want to play. They want to be here. They're going to be emotional. And not necessarily in a bad way.
Yeah.
But I think you just have to know that when you're kind of managing this game like these dudes have for a lot of dudes this is the end of the line.
Yeah.
You know, like whenever that last game happens, that's it. So there's going to be some emotions. Duarte's one of those guys who has played a ton of baseball at Middle Georgia, and now we got another stoppage. I don't know the situation here.
I think it was it may have been a player. It may have been Duarte was inside or sounded the field.
I don't know. There's somebody being sent down to the corner down there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because usually on the ejections, that's when the commissioner or the game day admin escorts the player out of sight and sound of the field, or the coach, and instead both of them have been tied up by handling a fan issue as well. We are in SSAC after dark territory.
We are indeed. 2-1 is your count. 1 out. Bottom of the 6th. Runner on first. Jacob Pierce is at the plate, by the way. And Bobby McGee's bothered by all this because he was in his rocking chair trying to put the game to sleep.
Yeah, and he's been pitching absurdly well, and that's been kind of lost in all of this. He's got 7 strikeouts and 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 4 hits allowed. And McGee has come in, and he steadied the ship.
3-1 is your count now. Jacob Pierce 0 for 2, looking for his first hit of the ball game. He'll take away, and it's a walk. Runners on first and second now. 11-8. Now Ryan Wilson. If you're Middle Georgia, or if you're William Carey, rather, this is probably the last guy you want to see, except Zane Falk is as hot as anybody right now, and he's on deck.
Yeah. So you can't really pick your spot here.
No.
You got to get one of them, and right now, only one of them, if he punishes you for the long ball, is worth 3. The other's worth 4.
Yeah. Whew. Listen. This is the complexion of this game has changed, not in terms of the scoreboard, but in terms of the feeling in the ballpark.
Yes.
Man. Wilson steps in. Runners on first and second. Ryan Wilson awaiting the offering from Bobby McGee. McGee delivers, takes away 1-0. We've had a lot of fun. We've talked about a lot of random things, some of them probably very annoying to you. That feeling has changed a lot right now. It's a much more intense feeling. That one over, ball and a strike.
There's not nearly as much talk about Huey Jennings as there was a couple innings ago.
Not at all. Ball and a strike on Ryan Wilson. That one misses away. Ball gets onto the field from the bullpen. Somebody will chase that down. Bobby McGee trying to find a way to get the senior. Aviation major. Guy who owns nearly every offensive record in the history of the baseball program over there in Middle Georgia. Misses away. 3-1 now. We're 2-1, says our stats. So 2-1. Ryan Wilson through the right side with a base hit. They're going to wave one home. Up and firing to third base. No play. Runners at the corners, and it's 11-9.
A great cut by Wilson through the right side. And that's going to be the end of the line for McGee. And, man, what a performance from Bobby McGee. And he's leaving in a tough spot.
2 on that belong to him, so you can't close the book on him. Zane Falk on deck. Pitching change in the offing. We are just getting started 20 runs into this thing.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports.
The Jackson Rockabillys, Union and Bethel Universities, USJ, TCA, JCS, and Peabody.
Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers.
Thanks to the sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
Achievement. Community.
Initiative.
Ambition.
Well-being.
Adaptability.
Sportsmanship.
Trust.
Integrity.
Gratitude.
Confidence.
Health.
Self-discipline.
Friendship.
Openness.
Growth.
connection,
Courage.
tradition.
Collaboration.
The SSAC is about vision.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
Achievement. Community.
Initiative.
Zane Falk steps in, and Falk is going to deal with the new pitcher, Not new to the game, though. That's Preston Ratliff. Ratliff has been the DH. So Carey, like they did last night, puts the DH in to the field. Ratliff, as we noted, made an appearance last night. Worked a scoreless inning. Falk grounds it to Ratliff, turns and fires to second. They'll get one, but no more. So the run scores. It's 11-10. There's a runner on first and 2 out. Ratliff on the season has 14 appearances, 25 2/3 innings of work. He struck out 29, 33 walks, 18 earned runs, a 2.29 batting average against, and a 6.31 ERA. Now, 11-9 or 11-10 rather is your score as JT Rice steps to the plate. Rice takes low, 2-0. Zane Falk is the man at first base. That one will skip away. Or no. Go back and check a couple of stats here. Apologize. So the fielder's choice from Falk gets the run home, 11-10. That one right down the pipe, 3-1 count now on JT Rice. Preston Ratliff with a 3-1 count, working a Rice, delivers, misses, and there's a walk. 2 on now. And Diaz back to the dish. Javier Diaz. Ariel Diaz with an opportunity here. Ratliff will miss away. First and second here, bottom of the 6th. That one over for a strike. 1-1 is your count. Lifted right field, or right side rather, foul territory. Jake Lysette's got it, and the inning is over. But Middle Georgia rather gets 2 back. They cut it to 1. 11-10 William Carey leads after 6.
I need to try it first.
Back here live. Bottom of the 6th, Jake Lai set. First pitch, ground ball. Ryan Wilson's got it, 1 away.
Now 1 pitch, 1 out. It's what you like to see at 10:33 at night from a tournament staff. Lowry's come in and done a really good job.
Need to clarify, we saw Ratliff, as he's at the plate here, we saw Ratliff inserted as the pitcher from the DH spot. However, got a rule clarification that the DH is not burned for William Carey. It functionally counts as a re-entry situation.
Yeah, you can list him as DH/pitcher when you're making the change, and then if Ratliff gets removed from the game, he can still hit in the DH spot, and it's basically going from the 9-man lineup you have right now back to a 10, and that substitution that way. And I hadn't heard that rule, but that came from the umpire signer when we were talking about the 2-strike scenario with Duarte and how that ends up as a strikeout against Duarte, as he had recorded the first 2 strikes of the at bat.
1-2 count now to Ratliff. That one bounces up there from Lowry. 2-2. High stakes, high emotions in this one, in particular for Middle Georgia. William Carey wants to win this thing. They want to win the conference tournament. They take a lot of pride in that. They know their playoff life is insured beyond this. That ball nearly got out of here. Couldn't stay fair. They know their playoff life is insured beyond this because they have been given they have earned the bid for hosting the opening round. Middle Georgia, however, knows that if they don't win this automatic bid, they're not going. At 25 and 23 right now, the at-large will not fall in their favor. They got to win the thing. So high stakes here. Payoff pitch coming. Misses away. There's a walk to Ratliff. Activity in the Middle Georgia pen. And if you're Middle Georgia, there's no holding anything for tomorrow or Saturday. Your season is this game in so many ways, because if you win it, it is nearly a mathematical impossibility for you not to win the pool. And if you lose it, it's nearly a mathematical impossibility for you, or it is the mathematical impossibility for you to win the pool. So, because Carey with a win here clinches the pool. So Middle Georgia is in do-or-die territory now. Bailey Hendon fouls that one away.
Yeah, the Knights have to find a way to get this win here. And there are a lot of Thomas fans watching this one and hoping that Middle Georgia can and potentially create some crazy scenarios tomorrow.
There's a single to center, and there's runners on first and second here. Lowry's got to find a way to get out of this inning. William Carey, still got plenty of pitching down in that bullpen. A single run deficit's okay. A crooked number, tougher to deal with. Here's the catcher, Braden Coffey. Runners on first and second.
Fouled off.
Oh and 1 is your count. Misses under the zone, 1 and 1. Ball and a strike on Braden Coffey. Lowry trying to lock in, find a way to retire the Carey catcher. That skips away, not far enough for the runners to advance. 2-1. Now, Diaz, looking like he needs a minute to shake his hand off. I think that pitch skipped off his hand when it came out of the dirt. Ariel Diaz a little worse for the wear right now.
We talk about how much a hit by pitch hurts, and Ridley Thomas knows that better than anybody else in the country right now, but as a catcher, you don't necessarily have that time to kind of brace yourself as a pitcher or as a batter does for a hit by pitch. That thing deflects quick, and you're set up to catch it, and then all of a sudden it takes a hop off the dirt when you're set up high waiting for it, and then it pops off your hand, and there's no bracing for it. There's no trying to get out of the way of it.
3-1 count now. Misses away, and they're loaded. This is not what Middle Georgia wanted after coming back and getting a couple of runs.
Yeah, you don't want to give them right back. That's the stage they're in right now.
But guess who? It's Billy Garrity. 3 for 3 on the night. A run scored, 2 RBIs. Billy Garrity's got a triple on his line. If he has one of those, it's a 4-run ball game. That one's over for a strike.
Garrity has been absurdly good tonight. Reached base all 4 times. If he can do that, he adds another run to the lead.
Throw over to third, and it nearly gets away. But Salter able to pick it up and throw it back in.
21 runs, 21 hits between these two teams.
It's crazy. 11-11 for William Carey, 10-10 for Middle Georgia State. We're in the top of the 7th. 0-1 count, bases loaded, 1 out. Lowry going to work. Billy Garrity on the ground. To second for 1, on to first, not in time. Garrity runs too well. The run scores. The ball gets away, and another run scores. 13-10, William Carey heads up base running. Billy Garrity finds a way. So 2 out now in a 13-10 game and a runner at first base.
And Garrity hustling down the line. It would have been pretty easy to give up on that play, as that was a tailor-made double play ball, but you force the issue. The throw is rushed, the throw's off target, another run comes in to score. And you never know how big that extra run will end up being in the grand scheme of things here.
And William Carey gets back the 2 runs that Middle Georgia just scored. Now they got to try to get Laird out. He's 3 for 4 tonight.
And really both of those runs, because if he's thrown out there, neither run scores.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that hustle results in 2 runs. That one over, swing and a miss, strike 3. William Carey gets 2 back. 13-10, they lead, 7th inning stretch.
Where the day starts with laughter in local shops and ends under the stars with live music. That's Jackson, Tennessee. It's a place where every moment is an invitation to explore, to connect, to be part of something bigger. Jackson isn't just a destination. It's where stories are written, memories in the making.
Brennan Williams leads off the bottom of the 7th. Middle Georgia down 3, in need of some offense with 9 outs to play. That has not been hard to come by. However, Ratliff has been hard to hit. Opponents hitting under 225 against him on the season at this point. Williams fans over the top of that one, 1-1. Just had some evil intentions on that swing.
Yeah, Williams, a guy that he's 0 for 3 tonight and a couple strikeouts, but he has over a 1,000 OPS. He's at 1074.
That one misses away. 2-2 is your count. Williams lifts that one left field, long way, still going. Did it stay fair? It did not.
Yeah, really good cut on it, and one that looked like it was leaving the park in some manner. Was it on the left or the right side of the left field foul line? The left side was the answer, and that's the wrong one for this scenario. So 2-2 count.
Williams will take away, full count now. Middle Georgia will take base runners in any which way they can get them. Ratliff will step off. Big cut, can't get it. Williams loses the battle. One away now for Perez. He's 1 for 2 with a couple of runs. Perez well struck, right center field. Everybody running, diving effort from Gerard Williams, and he comes up with it.
What an unbelievable play. And you would think in a 13-10 game, defense hasn't been there. But it absolutely has, and it's prevented it from being like a 17-15 game right now.
No kidding. But
it is.
What a play. Alcea Brooks to the dish. His first appearance was when he inherited a 1-2 count after the ejection of Jaden Duarte. So he saw just one pitch. He'll take there, strike one.
Although he finished the at-bat, he's not punished for the at-bat. As I misread the rule earlier, it is anything other than a strikeout goes to the substitute batter. If it is a strikeout, which it was there, it goes to the batter who was substituted out.
That makes sense.
But that's only if they inherit a 2-strike count. If it's a 1-strike count, it's a substitute batter. But a 2-strike count changes everything.
Bizarre rule that I guarantee you 85% of people who score games at the college level have never heard before.
Yeah. But it's something I ran into last week when a Faulkner player got injured.
Well, what do I say about every NAIA game? Hang around long enough, you'll see something you've never seen. 3-1. That went over for a strike. 3-2.
And I saw earlier today where a batter got injured in a game on the swing. He hits the ball into center field, but he can't make it down the first base line, and it ends up what should have been a single into center field as an 8-4 ground out.
Big cut, can't get it. Alcea Brooks is retired. 1-2-3 inning. Preston Ratliff absolutely shoves. Let's go to the 8th, 13-10. Back here live. 13-10 is your score. Big cut, can't get that one. Maybe he fouled it away. Doesn't matter. It's a strike either way, 0-1. Gerard Williams, R.J. Stinson, Bridley Thomas. The three men due up this inning. That one will miss. There has been some activity in the Middle Georgia pen. If Lowry should get in a tight, we would expect Paul Knight to go to the pen. 6 outs to play, down 3. Middle Georgia can't afford any more. And as we've noted multiple times over the course of this ball game, this is a must-win for Middle Georgia. Because Thomas beat Point, a William Carey win here would eliminate any three-way tie scenario and therefore eliminate Middle Georgia from contention of winning the pool. So Middle Georgia has to win this ball game. Payoff pitch coming. Rifled foul. For William Carey, the math is much more simple. Win the game, win the pool, play Saturday. And tomorrow has no bearing on anything. Grounded, first base side, Ryan Wilson's got it, 1 out. Gerard Williams is retired. R.J. Stinson to the dish. He's 0 for 3 with 2 walks and 2 runs scored. Stinson has walked twice, struck out twice. Lowry flips the curveball in there, strike 1. Gets a sign from Diaz. Delivers, misses away. Been a long night, as you might imagine, for these two teams. They started this thing 3 hours ago, but they were at the ballpark way earlier than that. They hung out underneath the pavilion for a while. There's a grounder to second. And Stinson is retired. This is our 8th game out of 13 scheduled ball games in this tournament. Bridley Thomas to the dish with 2 away in the inning. Diaz getting a new baseball for Lowry. Kicks and fires, misses top of the zone. Lowry sets, the 1-0 coming. Bridley Thomas is 1 for 2, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. He's also walked twice. That one lifted foul, out of play. 1-2 now. He'll set and deliver in the dirt. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 8th here in a 3-run ball game. Lowry trying to get out of it, get his bats back to the plate, and fight for their season again. That one fouled away. It has turned into such an all or nothing scenario by virtue of the way things have played out in this pool just here on day 2. That one misses away. Lowry was walking off the mound, thought he had it. Full count. Payoff pitch coming to Bridley Thomas. Thomas will foul that one away, and the battle continues. Lowry trying to finish off Thomas. Misses top of the zone, and guess what? It is a third walk for Bridley Thomas. It's the 11th walk issued to William Carey hitters tonight. A remarkable line that is a difference in this ballgame. William Carey has walked 11 times and struck out 5 times. Middle Georgia has struck out 11 times and walked 5 times. Absolute inverse in terms of plate appearances not resulting in a ball in play. 11 walks, 5 strikeouts for the Crusaders, 11 strikeouts, 5 walks for Middle Georgia. And they're going to go to the pen and summon at least one more arm and try to find a way through this. It's going to be number 15, Evan Boyle, who we saw last night. We'll tell you about him on the other side. Welcome back here. Ballpark at Jackson. The new pitcher is Evan Boyle. Boyle, the redshirt junior out of McDonough, Georgia. His second appearance in this tournament last night against Point. He was really good. 4 innings of work. He allowed no runs. struck out 2 in a 15-4 win. On the season, he's got a 5.06 ERA and 18 appearances, a 4-2 record, 48 innings of work, 47 strikeouts, 27 earned runs, and before I can finish his line, he comes in and carves up the one batter that he faces. Jake Lysette is retired, and we head to the bottom of the 8th. 6 outs to play for Middle Georgia. They're down 3.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports.
The Jackson Rockabillys, Union and Bethel Universities, USJ, TCA, JCS, and Peabody.
Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers.
Thanks to the sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Chas Salter leading off the bottom of the 8th for Middle Georgia. Ratliff back to the mound. He has done a job. He inherited a situation with runners on the corners, induced a ground ball back to him. His line, 25 pitches, an inning and 2/3, a walk and 2 Ks. After the conclusion of the top of the 8th, you can officially close the book on Andrew Lowry, 2 2/3. A hit, 3 walks, 2 runs, 1 of them earned. He struck out 2. He will not factor into the decision. That one misses high. Salter's 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Top of the order, Middle Georgia needs to do something here. They're not guaranteed to get these guys back up in this ball game or in a meaningful spot this season. There's a strike, 3-1. Because again, tomorrow means nothing for Middle Georgia other than wrapping up its season if William Carey wins this ball game here tonight. As I was talking about earlier, it has become such an all-or-nothing scenario. If you're Middle Georgia, you win this ball game, the conference championship remains in front of you. The national tournament remains in front of you. If you lose this ball game, William Carey has clinched a spot in the conference title game. It already has a spot in the national tournament. That automatic bid goes away. And that's all she wrote. Ratliff misses there. There's a walk. This is a similar scenario to what we've seen in Pool A, where the decision was made early, but Blue Mountain took control of its own destiny. They were the team needing to play their way in. They took control by beating the 1 seed and the 4 seed in consecutive days, and they've clinched Pool A no matter what happens tomorrow. Going to get a pitching change here. I'd expect Snyder is coming out of that bullpen with 6 outs to play. I haven't heard an announcement yet. Ratliff is going to greet him. See if it is indeed Snyder, and I do believe it's John Snyder, the senior out of Sims, Alabama, product of St. Paul's High School, one of the better 5A baseball programs in the state of Alabama. And Snyder's been one of the best relievers in this league for a long time. We'll tell you about him when we come back. Jacob Pierce to the dish. John Snyder is your pitcher. His second appearance in this tournament. He pitched a scoreless inning last night, struck out 2, and he needed only 9 pitches to get it done. Pierce swings and misses here. There's going to be a lot of that with John Snyder. He is in the zone. He does not walk people. 25 1/3 innings of work. He's only issued 6 walks. He struck out 37. He's only surrendered 19 hits. His ERA is a 1.42. 11 saves. This is his 21st appearance of the season. His 91st appearance as a Crusader. Big cut, can't get it. Pierce is out on 3 pitches, and he's frustrated. He just tosses the bat to Ryan Wilson.
Wilson stepping up to the plate. A long-tenured member of this Middle Georgia squad, possibly for the last time.
At least in the last time that is meaningful in terms of the result of their season. They will play tomorrow, but again, a loss here tomorrow is just about the swan song.
416 at bats coming into this one for Wilson. As a Crusader, or as a Knight, rather. He's at 419 career at-bats for this team.
2-1. This is great on great right here. 2 of the best in this league. Big cut, can't get it. 2-2. Ryan Wilson, the best Middle Georgia has to offer. Stepping back in. 2-2 count. John Snyder, one of the best arms anybody has to offer. In his 5th year as a Crusader, big cut, can't get it. And Wilson is retired. There's a stolen base. Salter down to second, but John Snyder has come in and struck out the 2 and 3 hole hitters of this night order. And now Zane Falk, 3 for 4. Couple of runs scored, couple of RBIs. He's got a home run tonight. He's going to try to find a way.
And Snyder and Coffey are absolutely locked in. They're playing pitch and catch like there's nobody else on the field right now. Like they are absolutely locked in to this at bat right now. They were locked in during that stolen base. They didn't even acknowledge that Salter was there.
Oh, he slung the bat. So big cut, can't get it, and lost the bat. JT Rice is going to bring it to him. Maybe they're going to bring him a little grip aid. Whether that's chalk or something. Just, here, buddy, hold on. One and one. And he slung it again. And somebody, one of the Knights players had to get out of there to save himself.
Pepper needs new shorts over there.
No kidding. So they're coming out with towels so he can wipe down his gloves. It's number 30 for Middle Georgia. To figure out who that is he's the one that was dodging the bat. That's Titus Richardson is who that's listed as on the roster. Ball and 2 strikes for Zane Falk. He'll hit it high. And out. Gerard Williams catches it shy of the track. John Snyder comes in and slams the door. 3 outs to go for Middle Georgia, and they got to work hard to keep it at 3. The 9th is in the offing in the SSAC Baseball Championships.
The SSAC is about leadership, teamwork,
Achievement.
Community.
Initiative.
Ambition.
Well-being. Adaptability.
Sportsmanship.
Trust.
Integrity.
Gratitude.
Confidence.
Health.
Self-discipline.
Friendship.
Openness.
Growth.
connection,
Courage.
tradition.
Collaboration.
The SSAC is about vision.
I need to try it first.
We open the inning with John Snyder at the plate. Shout out to our buddy Caleb Hamlin, who lets us know he's 0 for 3 in his career at the plate. He had 2 at-bats against Blue Mountain. He had a deep fly to center, but the wind knocked it down, and it was caught at the wall. He had 1 at-bat last year against LSUA. Caleb Hamill filling us in. No balls, 2 strikes here. Called strike 3, and John Snyder just says, yep. Now he's going to go back and get ready as the rain pours down.
It's got to be one of the easier strikeouts for Boyle.
Listen, I am not condoning this. I'm just asking from a gamesmanship perspective. Would it have been better to strike out John Snyder or to hit him in the arm? What's
Chess, not checkers.
Yeah, what's your better chance here? You want to beat that dude, but also, like, keep him up there for a little bit. Throw a couple pitches away. Let him get tired. Keep him on his feet. Call time. Do something. John Snyder was like, I'm going to see 3 pitches and go back over here and get ready for this next inning.
That may have been the first time John Snyder's grabbed a bat since he was a freshman and had to carry bats on the bus.
No,
other than that, those 3 ABs. Yeah. And that's impressive that he hit one to the wall.
Yeah. I mean, that's you know. I guarantee at St. Paul's he was a two-way player. Grounded foul.
I still have the story of the LSU pitcher who came in the SEC tournament and hit a home run. And he had told his coach that he'd been taking BP and that he'd been swinging the bat a lot. And they're like, when's the last time you swung a bat? After the game, a junior year of high school.
That's right.
And a coach is laughing with him, but I can only imagine what that conversation would have been if, he had struck out or grounded into a double play or something.
That ball fouled away here as Bailey Hendon. 1 for 4 in the ball game. Couple of RBIs, couple runs scored. The rain beginning to pour down. We expect this to continue throughout the night and into tomorrow as well. And that one hit over the head of the second baseman, and it's a base hit for Bailey Hendon.
Yeah, nice knock from Hendon trying to add to this 3-run lead. It's a somewhat comfortable lead, but you'd like to get it to 4 or 5 or even more if you can, and every run is so crucial. John Snyder probably only needs 1 in all reality with the way that he's been throwing, but his Middle Georgia team is going to be scrapping down to the very last out here.
Look at this rain just pouring down as we're trying to get this 9th inning in. Similar thing happened with Point and Thomas earlier. Rain began pouring in the 9th. Umpires trying to get through it. No chance to stop it. And here we are again. 0-1 count to Braden Coffey. Big cut, can't get that one, 0-2.
This is one of those moments where Evan Boyle's really going to have to buckle down, and so far he's done pretty well with keeping the command. It can be really easy, especially as over time the threads of the baseball have sunk in a little bit more.
Oh, and there's an error by the third baseman. He's not able to get his glove all the way down on that. So runners on first and second now after the E5. That is the 3rd Middle Georgia error of the ball game. Now here's Billy Garrity. Billy Garrity, a name Middle Georgia pitchers will say in their sleep tonight and with an air of disdain and probably before spitting. 3 for 4 on the night, and it was the one that wasn't a hit that is the biggest difference in the game, a ground ball to second, which was a tailor-made double play ball to end the inning, and Billy Garrity busted it down the line, and that allowed 2 runs to score.
And that's what has this game as a 3-run game instead of a 1. You talk about how much of a difference that makes in your mindset coming into this inning.
No question about it. 13-10 is your score. That one fouled away.
What a play by Bobby Halford over there.
Yeah, man. Bobby Halford's been doing this for a long time.
Skip still got it. And if I was Bobby Halford's age and I'm over on the third base line, and we were talking about off air, I'm in a power chair doing donuts to send somebody home, right, and probably eating donuts as well. Bobby Halford's over here barehanding baseballs with the left hand. That's ridiculous.
That's a man there.
That's so good.
1-1. Back toward Bobby Halford again. He said, I'm not going to run for it. Ball and 2 strikes now.
Umpires have shifted position on the field a couple times here. Try and get in the right position for the presumed plays here.
Looks like grip was a problem on that pitch for Boyle.
You see him trying to dry his hand any way he can, but
he needs a baseball. At this point, you need somebody assigned to stand there in the dugout with towels and a bucket.
Or behind the umpire even, and just
yeah. If
just
it hits him, it's a dead ball. We move on. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Boyle needs a double play ball in the worst of ways. Big cut, can't get it. Billy Garrity's retired. Those words have not been spoken much tonight.
Or this whole weekend. He's been
so
good.
Here's another guy who's already got 3 hits on his line tonight, and Caleb Laird, 3 for 5. An RBI and a run scored. 12 hits as the team for the Crusaders. 4 players have multiple hits in the ballgame, including Hendon and Coffey as well. Ball in the dirt. Hendon at second. That one misses inside.
Such a tough spot for Boyle to come in. Even if there's no rain whatsoever, you're in such a pressure situation to keep this to a 3-run game.
And then the other thing he's really dealing with there is you see him trying to get his cleats cleaned off. He's picked up enough mud that it's hard for him to land where he wants with those cleats. That one's in the dirt. 3-0.
So you're battling all the conditions. You're battling a team that's been spraying the yard with the ball tonight. And, oh, yeah, by the way, your season's on the line with it, too.
Yeah, and here's a torrential downpour. Have fun. 3-0. John Snyder will have to pitch in the same conditions, but if you can't keep it a 3-run lead, it may not matter.
That one bounces, and Laird loads the bases.
2 away here for Evan Boyle, and the base is loaded, and he's going to try to find a way to work out of this. Ty Little advances to second. Gerard Williams at the dish. He's 0 for 5 here. Boyle comes set, kicks and delivers, misses away. It's just not much of anything Boyle can do right now. He looks very frustrated. His inability to grip the baseball. One of the things that's surprising me a little bit, Boyle is keeping the ball, and I know it's the way he normally pitches, but he's keeping the ball in his left hand, which is his throwing hand, instead of in the glove. In the glove, you would think the ball's going to stay drier than while you're standing there getting your sign, but he's keeping it in that hand. That one fouled away.
But at some point, that's just the way he's always held the ball.
Yeah,
So
it's muscle memory, yeah.
And you don't want to try and correct that in top of the 9th inning in the conference tournament.
No.
The season on the line.
No, but it's one of those things that you just observe. You don't think about it until the rain's pouring down. Didn't matter to Boyle. He found a way out of it.
Boyle rules after that strikeout. That was incredible.
Struck out Williams. The bases stay loaded. 3 outs away from something here in the 9th. Middle Georgia down 13-10.
Where the day starts with laughter in local shops and ends under the stars with live music. That's Jackson, Tennessee. It's a place where every moment is an invitation to explore, to connect, to be part of something bigger. Jackson isn't just a destination. It's where stories are written, memories in the making.
Bottom of the ninth. John Snyder will now battle the elements, but he's got a 3-run lead. JT Rice to the plate. Ball 1. Middle Georgia going to have to fight down to the very last pitch here. Swung and a miss. 1-1 count. On the ground, second baseman up and firing. JT Rice is retired. 2 outs to play for the Knights.
Yeah, nice easy work from Snyder, and he has come in and he's done the job so far. He's got to get 2 more, and he's going to have to battle for him.
Diaz to the dish. He's 0 for 4 tonight, a couple of strikeouts.
If you could handpick a spot that tonight you would want up, it would be Rice, Diaz, and Williams, but these guys have been really good.
All the way to the wall, and what a catch. Oh, my. He didn't catch it. Did it get out? No, he caught it. Okay, I was about to say, because Diaz was still going around the bases. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, that was an unbelievable play by Billy Garrity.
Yeah, Billy Garrity, I thought it was, he caught the ball, but Diaz was still trotting around in the baseline.
When he touched second, I was like, wait, what did we miss here?
I know. Billy Garrity robbing Diaz of extra bases. 1 out left now in Middle Georgia with a big-time uphill battle. Brendan Williams is the man. 1-0. Fouls it. No, it's a fair ball, and the game's over. No, whoa, home plate umpire says what? He's calling everybody to stop. Is he?
Home plate umpire saying the ball is addressed in foul territory. New life for Brendan Williams.
So William Carey was running onto the field to celebrate, and the home plate umpire stops everything.
Bubble teams everywhere were also rejoicing.
Yeah. Now Brendan Williams back in a 1-1 count. William Carey will try to win the ball game again. Brendan Williams trying to do something with the new opportunity, and that'll do. A single through the right side. So Brendan Williams keeps the game alive. Now here's Yadiel Perez.
Could that have been the moment that Middle Georgia needed to spark this rally?
Well, they certainly needed it. There's no question about it. Now do they have anything else?
Need 3 runs with 2 outs.
1 for 3 is Perez. Couple of runs scored. He's drawn a walk.
I was just talking with Middle Georgia's SID a little bit ago about how they had scored 9 runs with 2 outs in the 9th one time to beat Faulkner.
1-0 count here.
And they trailed by 8 runs.
That one misses 2-0.
Yadiel Perez has to find a way aboard.
Ripped foul, 2-1.
If he can find a way on, it's Alicia Brooks up.
Got to get through Perez first.
Has to find a way on.
Again, for Middle Georgia, as we've noted, everything hanging in the balance here. William Carey wins this pool with a victory. That one misses away, 3-1. That is because even if William Carey loses tomorrow, no matter what, they'd be in a head-to-head tie with the team they've already beaten. Foul back, 3-2. Perez trying to find a way. Perez was the young man that slid shoulder first into the shin guard of the catcher, appeared to be hurt, hopped up, fired up, and his team seemed to be with him. Can he do it one more time? He draws a walk. The game writes better stories than the human heart ever could. Justin Duarte should be up in this spot. He was ejected earlier, and the man who was inserted in his place is the man at the plate. The game finds you. Are you ready when it does? Adam Elisea Brooks comes to the plate to try to move the line and keep it going for Middle Georgia. There's strike one.
Perez, I don't think you can talk enough about how cold of a take that was by Perez. That was a really close inside pitch that Perez watched with the season on the line and trusted his eye on it and able to get down the line and put Elisea Brooks in this position.
1-1 count. Elisea Brooks swings over the top of it. A ball and 2 strikes. Adam Elisea Brooks, remembering everything he knows about hitting right now on a 2-strike approach. Trying to lock in against the best closer in the SSAC. And he fans over the top of it, and the game is over. William Carey, with the tying run at the plate, locks it down and picks up the victory. They win 13-10. John Snyder doing what he has done time and time again, this time a 6-out save. He struck out 3 over 2 innings of work, walked 1, allowed 1 hit. He picks up the save. It's a 13-10 win, 4 runs in the second, 5 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 2 in the seventh for the Crusaders. They have clinched Pool B. They will play tomorrow, and no matter what, they will play on Saturday for the conference title. What a performance by the William Carey Relief Corps, beginning with Bobby McGee, 3 2/3 innings of work. The line not as good as the performance was. He struck out 7, gave up 5 hits and 2 walks, allowed 4 earned. Preston Ratliff came in through an inning and 2/3 of shutout ball. John Snyder threw 2 innings of shutout ball. When Herrera didn't have it, Halford wasn't afraid to go to the pen, and the pen delivered.
Yeah, Halford pushed all the right buttons tonight, and McGee, like you said, that line really doesn't do him justice. Gave up a couple runs late into that outing. 75 pitches for a reliever is incredibly high pitch count for a guy who he had really good stuff tonight. And the 4 earned really tough against him, but that 7 strikeout 2 walk helped steady the ship and get William Carey in a position where they could take the lead, and they held on to it with Ratliff and Snyder.
So McGee the win, Snyder the save. 2 days into pool play, and all of it is decided. Pool A will go to Blue Mountain no matter what happens tomorrow, and Pool B will go to William Carey no matter what happens tomorrow. But we'll still be here, 10 a.m., assuming the weather permits. For Carter Moles, I'm Jeremy Smith. This has been the SSAC Baseball Championship. Good night, and God bless you.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports.
The Jackson Rockabillys, Union and Bethel Universities, USJ, TCA, JCS, and Peabody.
Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers.
Thanks to the sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.